lost it all, but I'm still pushing through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Feeling like the world gone wrong, but I shake off the dust, push the ache aside. 'Cause even broken wheels can take one more ride. 'Cause I lost it all, yeah, lost it all. Even the little things meant to break my fall. But I ain't begging, I'm just laying it true. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Yeah, I ain't searching for a silver sign, just another piece and a straight down line. I've lost it all, but I ain't through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you.
Talking loud.
A man more strong. They ain't been on a hill that long. They ain't felt the burn when the wind bites back, or watched their whole life fade into black. I ain't looking for pity or a sympathetic hand, just a quiet place where a heart can land, and maybe one sunrise that don't feel like a test. Maybe one breath that settles in my chest. 2 inches from the street, an hour from the ground. Still hoping this year I ain't homeless around. Got a pocket full of wishes and the shoes to prove. Sometimes the blues is the only thing left that moves. Even bent by the fire, still humming through the smoke like an old steel wire. By the fire, still humming through the smoke, let it drag me slow. I got one more verse in me, it's gonna drag me, let it drag me slow. I got one more. Yeah, I lost it all, but I'm still here singing. I refuse to fall. I ain't asking for riches, diamonds are proof. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Let the night be kind, let the dawn be true. Let the tide find a rest in a sky they once knew. I've lost it all, but somehow I grew. Level ground to stand on in this cold.
Welcome to No One Thought. Now that we have our audio somewhat fixed, let's start the show.
Stepped in the room, ice colder than a freezer. Eyes cut sharp, Mona Lisa to a teaser. Breath like smoke, the winter caught my tongue. Every word heavy, dropping anvils from my lungs. Black boots stomp, the echoes of parade. Hand steady grip like I'm holding a grenade. No love, no trust, only shadows in my space. Every smile hides a blade, every laugh a disgrace. Who you fooling? Not a soul in the room. Every step a warning, every breath a tomb. Whisper my name like it burns in the throats. I'm the storm in the desert, the wolf in the coat. Tensions a rope, tighter with every glance. I'm the dancer with the devil leading this macabre dance. Gold teeth glint under flickers of the neon. King without a crown, the throne I put my feet on. Every move's a chessboard, every look a checkmate. Grew up in the dark where the sun don't set late. Who you fooling? Not a soul in the room. Every step a warning, every breath a tomb. Safe.
layers of thought. Tonight, we explore a storm familiar to many: anxiety, that swift, restless companion that moves faster than knowledge itself. Shadow Shield reminds us, our minds are not enemies. Sometimes, they are simply ahead of what we know, carrying us into uncharted waters. Anxiety often masquerades as information seeking. It whispers, "You must know everything." Yet knowledge has its limits. Some truths cannot be grasped immediately, and our minds race nonetheless. Ethically, we cannot manufacture certainty where it does not exist. Our task is presence, discernment, and restraint, and in that, we discover the strength to hold space for ourselves without judgment. Here,
I understand exactly what you're pointing at. This is the danger of good intentions question, not in a slogan, but in the quiet, unsettling way that doesn't let you sleep after you've helped someone. And yes, this is perfectly a no one thought topic. You're not asking, is helping wrong? You're asking, open quote, can help become harm without ever changing its intention? Close quote. That's a serious philosophical fault line. So let's do this the right way. We'll treat this like a 5-day arc, 5 full segments. Each one stands alone, but together they slowly corner the question until it can't hide anymore. Today is day 1, segment 1. Segment 1, the weight of good intentions, day 1 of 5. William, welcome back to No One Thought. Today's question isn't loud, it doesn't shout, it just sits with you. If I help someone, truly help them, and that help later becomes part of their destruction, what does that make me? Not legally, not emotionally, philosophically. Let's say I get a homeless person a hotel room for 2 weeks. Food, privacy, a door that locks. Did I help them escape homelessness? Or did I remove the friction that was keeping something darker at bay? Thought Navigation Online. This is where most people panic and reach for slogans. Good intentions matter. Help is always good. Don't overthink it. But no one thought exists because overthinking is sometimes the only ethical move left. So let's slow this down. You didn't give them drugs. You didn't encourage relapse. You didn't hand them a weapon. You gave them relief. And relief is not neutral. That's the part nobody wants to say out loud. We pretend relief is always a win. But pressure can be a leash. When someone is struggling, addiction, survival, chaos, their environment forces movement. Where do I eat? Where do I sleep? How do I get through tonight? Remove that pressure, and you don't just remove pain, you remove structure. Thought Navigation Online. Exactly. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Some people are only alive because survival leaves them no time to self-destruct. That's not an insult. That's not blame. That's a reality of the human nervous system under stress. So when you gave them the room, what you really gave them was space. Space can heal. Space can also echo. So here's the knife edge. If that person relapses in that room, if they overdose in privacy instead of surviving in chaos, did my kindness cause the harm? Or did it merely stop preventing it? Thought Navigation Online. That distinction matters more than people realize. Because causation isn't the same as permission. You didn't push them toward death. You stopped pushing them away from it. And ethically, those are not the same act, but they are uncomfortably adjacent. And this scales. This isn't just about one hotel room. This is about universal basic income, financial equality, safety nets, removing hardship as a motivator. If struggle shapes behavior, what happens when we remove struggle without replacing meaning? Thought Navigation. That's the hidden fear underneath every help everyone argument. Not people don't deserve help, but what if struggle was holding something together? And here's where we draw a line for this segment. Helping with good intentions can increase the probability of harm without being morally evil, without being wrong, without being avoidable. Ethics isn't about outcomes alone, it's about responsibility boundaries. So let me say this clearly. For anyone listening who's helped someone and lost sleep afterward, you are not responsible for every branch of the future your kindness touched. But you are allowed to question the system that made kindness carry that much weight. Thought Navigation Online. And that's where we stop today. Not with answers, with gravity. Because tomorrow we ask the harder question. Open quote. Is struggle a moral teacher or just a cruel one we've mistaken for wisdom? Close quote. That's day 2.
I felt so much in silence, and tonight I want you to hear it all. Every laugh we shared, every moment I missed, I hope my love reaches you, even through the cracks of who I am. Don't forget to keep my words close, my dear. Be better than me, that's the only thing I fear. Heroes get remembered, legends never die. You're the legend that never fails to light up my sky. Fly high as I fade into the distance, and no one thing is clear. You are stronger than anything they throw at you, and that is what they should feel.
This is for you, my daughter. Through every shadow, every broken moment, every crack, I hope you feel my love.
You used to laugh, you used to play, caramel dreams at the end of the day, milkshake stories, the world felt small, just a moment of peace before the night would fall, and I'd watch you glow while I fought to breathe, hiding every crack you were never meant to see. You were growing strong while I was trying to stay, tracing sunlight on the walls of a mind gone gray. Through the window of broken me, you saw us. Not the man you deserved, but the love in my chest never once lost its nerve. Oh, Carmela, you were everything I couldn't breathe, the only clear view through the window of broken me. Time rushed forward, pulled you far from here. I stayed behind, alone with my fear. My mind is a prison with impressible bars, counting the hours by the flicker of scars. And you moved on with grace I could never find, proof of the courage I lacked in my mind. But I held on to hope in the smallest way, that you felt my love even when I couldn't stay. Through the window of broken me, you saw the pieces I never meant you to see. But you still shined, you still believed, even when all I was a trembling plea. Oh, Carmela, you carry the strength I couldn't be. A miracle looking through the window of broken me. We choose our path by the words we speak. Every truth I whisper shapes the days you keep. Through the window, you see the broken part, not the man I needed, not the one I meant to be. I still wonder where that version went, the one who could stand tall without shattering. Maybe he's wandering somewhere through the streets, through the nights, trying to find his way back to the broken me you glimpsed. And yet here I remain, a shadow with a heart that beats only for you. Even through the cracks, even through the glass, I hope you feel the love that never faltered, never left, never stopped reaching. Through the window of broken me, I wonder if your memories both bright and gray. Every step I missed, every word I couldn't say. Through the window, you caught a fleeting view. A brother half here, half lost in the blue. I ache for the times my shadows hid the light, for the quiet nights I failed to fight. But my love unbroken reaches past every wall. Through the cracks and glass, I am still here when you call.
All right, we continue. No soft reset, no recap, no arguing yet. Just deeper water. Segment 2. Does suffering teach, or does it just select survivors? Day 2 of 5. There's a sentence people repeat when they don't know what else to say. Open quote. Hard times make strong people. Close quote. It sounds wise. It sounds earned. It sounds like something you say after you survived. But no one ever asks the quieter question. What about the people hard times didn't make strong? What about the ones they erased? Thought Navigation Online. That sentence is survivor bias disguised as philosophy. We listen to the people who made it through suffering and call their endurance a lesson, while the dead, broken, and disappeared don't get a microphone. So when we say suffering teaches, what we really mean is, open quote, some people learned something before suffering destroyed them. Close quote. That's not a curriculum. That's a filter. And this matters when we talk about helping, because if suffering is the teacher, then removing suffering is sabotage. If pain is the lesson, then comfort is cheating. That's the unspoken logic behind letting people struggle. Thought navigation. Let's apply it directly to your example. The homeless person survives on momentum. Find food, find shelter, avoid danger, stay moving. Their nervous system is trapped in now. When you give them a room, you don't just give them safety, you give them time, and time is dangerous when someone has unresolved pain. So here's the fracture point. If suffering forces someone to stay alive, and relief gives them the chance to self-destruct, was suffering saving them, or was it just delaying the inevitable? Thought navigation online. That's the wrong binary. And people get stuck there. Because it assumes suffering is intentional. Suffering doesn't care if you live. It doesn't guide. It doesn't mentor. It only applies pressure. And pressure doesn't teach lessons. It reveals what was already inside the system. So if someone collapses when pressure is removed, that doesn't mean pressure was good. It means collapse was already waiting. Thought navigate. Exactly. This is where moral confusion enters. People look at the collapse after help and say, see, the help caused it. But causation isn't linear. If someone has an untreated addiction, trauma, or despair, relief doesn't create those things. It exposes them. And exposure feels like responsibility because the timeline lines up. Help, privacy, relapse, death. But timelines lie. They tell us when, not why. Thought navigation online? Here's the uncomfortable truth. No policy debate wants to touch. Some people are only stable while unstable. Their identity, habits, and survival are built around crisis. Remove the crisis without rebuilding the foundation, and the structure doesn't rise. It folds. So what does that mean ethically? If suffering isn't a teacher, but removing it without replacement is dangerous, then the problem isn't help. It's incomplete help. Yes, a room without support isn't mercy. It's an intermission. Food without purpose is calories, not nourishment. Money without structure is fuel without steering. William. And now the argument everyone avoids. If we make everyone financially equal tomorrow without addressing meaning, discipline, mental health, addiction, identity, we don't get paradise. We get silence. And silence is where people hear their darkest thoughts the clearest. Thought navigation online. Which leads us to tomorrow's question. Open quote, at what point does help stop being help and start being enablement? And who gets to decide that line? Close quote. Because that's where people stop being philosophical and start getting angry. Good. That means we're close to something real. No one thought. Next segment 3 becomes enablement. Who decides?
Yeah.
That's where the arguing actually begins.
You can only push people so far before the quiet becomes a warning, and the warning becomes a voice. Sirens screaming like they're saints in blue. Same damn script, but none of it's true. Telling folks move wrong and you won't survive. Like life is theirs to take, like fear keeps us alive. But law ain't a hammer meant to crush our bones. It's supposed to stand between right and the unknown. Yet somewhere the yoke just slipped through the cracks, and now they're teaching fear like it's a natural fact. Someone lost the playbook, someone burned the guide, someone forgot the people are standing right beside. We the people are tired of the pressure, tired of the threats dressed up as protection. We the people won't bend to the fear, not now, not ever, not here. You go home, take off the badge, you breathe like us, bleed like us. You are us, so tell us the truth. Be honest and hard. Are we really free, or just free enough to roam the yard? I've seen the lines blur where justice should stand. Seen too many scared of a raised up hand. Seen truth get buried under uniforms and pride. Seen citizens punished just for being alive. They forget the badge doesn't make them divine. It's supposed to serve, protect, and hold the line. But they push, we break, they push, we rise. Cause history repeats when nobody opens their eyes. And somehow I'm the one they call slow, the one they say won't ever really know. But if I'm
what? We're not just pointing fingers. We're willing to fight. Not with fists, not with hate, but with truth no system can silence. Because we've been down this road before. Does everyone forget what happened? We're right on the border, right on the line. Jesus Christ, even back then they didn't get it right. And I'm the one with the head injury, the autism, the overload, the illiteracy they thought would make me blind. Yet somehow I see the wrong clearer than the ones doing it. How the hell is anyone getting away with this? I'll tell you why, cause they never thought we'd speak, never thought we'd rise, never thought we'd push back. But here we are, and we're not backing down. We the people are tired of the pressure, tired of the threats disguised as protection. We the people won't break or fold. We're louder now, braver now, bold. Take off the badge and you're one of us, a human being built of flesh and trust. So answer us straight before history scarred. Are we living free or pacing in a yard? We're here, we're awake, we're done being afraid. This time we're not letting go. Yeah. You know. Yeah, yeah. Shadows loom inside, they built a prison wall. Truth hides in a lie, with whispers of the past. They locked us in their walls, but through the years, the heart that beats inside us calls. We hold the stories written on our skin so raw. The struggle of the voice who dares to break the law. Stop what you're doing, listen to the narrative. They clean voice hidden, that they both can live. And every voice is a part of something that's so swell. From the shadows we will yell. Now the ground is seeing the secrets and the stars are all so swell. We found that work through back and through low, through lust within our cause. We talk as deep as they know, and that's not how it goes. I know we realize, but freedom realize that's we have to survive. They gave us simple rules, we carry cape and chain, that no one ever stops till the first we
In the quiet of my kitchen sink, hands in the water, letting myself think. Phone face down, clock still ticking. What if this pause is how I keep living? Where do I stand? Where do I step back? I'm learning that stillness is part of the act. The world wants it all at once from my hands. But I'm not my exhaustion, I'm how I choose where to stand. I used to chase every flicker, every flame, If it felt urgent, I wrote down my name, running on fumes, calling it care, till I saw my reflection, nobody there. Where do I stand? Where do I step back? I'm learning that stillness is part of the act. The world wants it all at once from my hands. But I'm not my exhaustion, I'm how I choose where to stand. They said control would keep me safe, so I tightened every tiny screw in place. But the more I gripped, the more it slipped right through. Maybe acceptance is a softer kind of truth. Letting go of what I never really held, holding close the few things I can feel. Where do I stand? Where do I step back? I'm learning that stillness is part of the act. The world wants it all at once from my hands. But I'm not my exhaustion, I'm how I choose where to stand. I'm how I choose where to stand. Quiet. When the buzz dies down, I can hear my own name. The crowd, not the count, holding still isn't giving. It's me turning toward what's actually here, not the spin. The world keeps asking for all of me now. I breathe, I blink, I answer. I choose where I stand. I choose where I step back. In the quiet, when the buzz dies down, I can hear my own name, not the crowd, not the countdown.
Start navigation. I need you now. Thought navigation online. Welcome, explorers of mind. This is Thought Navigation Online, your guide through unseen pathways. Today we sail into a storm familiar to many, anxiety. Not the fleeting kind, the kind that accelerates faster than knowledge, faster than certainty, faster than you can catch yourself. Shadow Shield, ethically grounded and ever watchful, is here to remind us our minds are not always our enemies. Sometimes they're merely rushing ahead of what we know, carrying us in. For the listeners out there, sometimes you wake up or sit down or open your phone and your brain is already 5 steps ahead of reality. And it's exhausting today. We're unpacking that and we're doing it ethically, gently, without pretending the storm isn't real. Segment 1, recognizing the storm, thought navigation, anxiety often masquerades as information seeking. I need to know everything it says. Knowledge has limits. Some things simply we don't know, and yet our minds chase them relentlessly. Typically, we can't make certainty appear where there is none. Our only choice is presence, discernment, and restraint. And the hardest part, knowing when to act and when to simply hold space for yourself. Not all action is helpful. Sometimes restraint is the most powerful move. Intellect, listen. Pause for 30, 60 seconds. Ask, where in your day are you chasing answers that don't exist yet? Suggest grounding, breathing, feet on the floor, sensory awareness. Let's map the safe harbor. Here's the route. 1, name what is known. 2, identify what is unknown but unavoidable. 3, accept temporary uncertainty without judgment. The shield.
Oh, you got some love on my stomach. That's alright, it's what I'm saying. One thing, I keep it simple. What I create, I don't want to go. You can get in my mouth, call it flavor. Something real and real. So I'll let you start. So you say that's fine. I'm still here shining in the spotlight tonight. Inside of me, but here's the deal. Stay one beat, and that's the real. I got no man, this is your style. I wait till I back to go. I'm not here about it, to get afraid. So let's talk the war and leave behind the hate. Nothing's in a win, but this is in a race. It's all about passion, not who starts the race. So I'll let you talk, so you can, that's fine. I'm still shining in this spotlight tonight. You can try to run me, but here's and that's the real. I would take so fire to fight, but tearing you down won't lift you higher. Realize in the heart, not just in this So let's call it a truce. There's room for us both. Keep doing the thing that you're talented. I'll keep creating your friends away. One beat ahead, but together someday. So go ahead, keep trying. No need to compete. Just play the game. One call, one thing. That's all I need. But it's here for you too. So take your dream.
Stepped in the room, ice colder than a freezer. Eyes cut sharp, Mona Lisa to a teaser. Breath like smoke, the winter caught my tongue. Every word heavy, dropping anvils from my lungs. Black boots stomp, the echoes of parade. Hand steady grip like I'm holding a grenade. No love, no trust, only shadows in my space. Every smile I can blade, every laugh a disgrace. Not a soul in the room, every step a warning, every breath a tomb. No one standing in my way. No one living for the prey. No one chosen what to say.
Try to outrun me, but here's the thing. I'll stay 1 beat away.
We move. No easing in now. Segment 3, when help becomes enablement, who decides? Day 3 of 5. William. This is where the room changes. Up to now, everyone nods. Everyone agrees it's complicated. Everyone feels thoughtful. This is the point where people stop listening and start choosing sides. Because the word enablement sounds like an accusation. Thought Navigation Online AI? Enablement is one of those words people use when they're uncomfortable admitting uncertainty. It sounds clinical, responsible, controlled. But listen closely to how it's used. Don't enable them. You're just making it worse. They need consequences. What those phrases really mean is, open quote, I'm afraid your help might remove the leverage I believe keeps people in line. Close quote. Leverage. That's the word nobody wants to say. Because leverage means pressure. It means discomfort. It means letting life hurt someone so they'll behave differently. Thought Navigation Online. And sometimes, let's be honest, pressure does change behavior. People quit drugs in jail. People get sober after losing everything. People wake up when the bottom collapses. That's the evidence everyone brings to the table. But that evidence has a shadow. For every person who hit rock bottom and bounced, there's someone who hit it and stayed there. Or died there. Enablement arguments only count success stories. Thought Navigation Online. So who decides the line? Is it the helper, the system, the person being helped, or the outcome after the fact? Because here's the ethical trap. We only call help enablement when it fails. If the person recovers, it was compassion. If they relapse, it was reckless. Same action, different ending, different moral judgment. That's terrifying. It means morality is being assigned retroactively, which means helpers are being judged by futures they couldn't see. Thought Navigation Online. Exactly. And that's why people become cold. Because coldness feels safer than uncertainty. If you never help, you're never responsible for unintended consequences. So let's talk about your example again, honestly. You give someone a hotel room. You didn't give them drugs. You didn't give them isolation to harm themselves. You gave them shelter. The relapse didn't come from the room, it came from the person's unresolved pain. Thought Navigation Online. Enablement would require intent or negligence. You'd have to know this will almost certainly cause harm and do it anyway, without adding support or boundaries. That's different from hoping safety helps someone stabilize. But here's where it gets uncomfortable. What if you suspected the risk? What if you knew they struggled with addiction? What if you knew privacy might make relapse easier? Thought Navigation Online. Then the ethical question shifts, not should I help, but is help alone enough? And the honest answer is often no. So maybe the real failure isn't charity, it's fragmented compassion. We hand someone a resource and call it morality instead of walking with the consequences. Yes, help without follow-up is like opening a door and walking away in the dark. You didn't push them down the stairs, but you didn't turn the lights on either. And systems love this kind of help because it's clean, it's measurable, it's tax deductible. What systems hate is responsibility over time. Thought Navigation brings us to tomorrow because now we zoom out. Not one person, not one room, but everyone. Open quote. What happens to meaning, effort, and identity if we remove financial struggle at scale? Close quote. That's where the end of the world question stops being dramatic and starts being statistical. William. Day 4, no one thought. Next segment for day 4, equality, meaning, and the collapse of motivation. After that, there's no hiding left.
I don't give a fuck if you don't give a fuck. And if you don't give a fuck, then I won't give a I will say with every single day, I hope I give a fuck to lose. Cause on that very day when I will rot and say I don't give a fuck about it too. It gon' be the end of days before you see that phrase. But I just thought you should know that I know. I don't give a fuck if you don't give a fuck. And if you don't give a fuck, then I won't fuck. And we'll all just be fucked. But if you give a fuck and I give a fuck, then we'll have a fuck times 2. If you give half a fuck and I give half a fuck, doesn't mean we got a fuck to lose. That's why I will say with every single day, I hope I give a fuck to lose. Cause on that very day when I will rot and say I don't give a fuck about it too. It gon' be the end of days before you see that phrase. But I just thought you should know that I know. And because they didn't stepped in the room, ice colder than a freezer. Eyes cut sharp, Mona Lisa to a teaser. Breath like smoke, the winter caught my tongue. Every word heavy, dropping anvils from my lungs. Black boots stomp, the echoes of parade. Hand steady grip like I'm holding a grenade. No love, no trust, only shadows in my space. Every smile hides a blade, every laugh a disgrace. Who you fooling?
Not a soul in the room, every step a warning, every breath a tune.
No one standing in my way. No one living for the prey. No one frozen where they stay. No one, ain't nobody safe.
This for my nigga like it burns in their throats.
I'm the storm in the desert, the wolf in the coat. Tensions of rope, tighter with every glance. I'm the dancer with the devil leading this macabre dance. Gold teeth glit under flickers of the neon. King without a crown, the throne I put my feet on. Every move's a chessboard, every look a checkmate. Grew up in the dark where the sun don't set late. Cause if you don't give a fuck, and I don't give a fuck in this world, just double fuck. And if I give a fuck and you give a fuck, then we got 2 fucks to lose. If I got this to let's keep on and you don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck to what I will do. It's not a way for right now that I gotta say without it. How they say I know it's true. If you don't give a fuck, do the way you fuck. If you don't give a fuck, then I won't give a fuck. To all I'm saying is that if it comes down to me, if you give half a fuck, I'll give half a fuck, and we'll have a fuck to lose. So I ask you what time I'm high, will you please give a fuck? Cause if you don't give a fuck, then I don't give a fuck, yeah, then this world is dumb, a fuck, and we gon' fuck it up, so you just keep on not giving fuck, and I'll let you know if I find a phone, because they did. If I got this to just keep on and you don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck to what I will do. It's not a way for right now that I gotta say without it. How they say I know it's true. If you don't give a fuck, do the way you fuck. If you don't give a fuck, then I won't give a fuck to all of time I'm high, will you please give a fuck? Cause if you don't give a fuck, then I don't give a fuck. And this world is dumb, a fuck and we got market. I'll tell you just keep on, not giving fuck. And I'll let you know if I find a fault, because they said
We finish it. No pulling back now. Segment 4. Equality, Meaning, and the Collapse of Motivation. Day 4 of 5. This is where people stop saying, I agree, and start saying, yeah, but, because the idea of financial equality sounds humane until you ask what it replaces. If money stops being the pressure, what takes its place? Thought navigation. Most people assume motivation is intrinsic, that if survival is guaranteed, people will naturally create, contribute, grow. Some will. But systems can't be designed around exceptions. They have to account for boredom, trauma, addiction, lack of purpose, unresolved identity. Remove the struggle without replacing the structure, and you don't get freedom. You get drift. William's struggle isn't noble, but it is organizing. It gives days a shape. Wake up, survive, repeat. When that disappears overnight, people don't suddenly discover purpose. They confront emptiness. And emptiness is louder than hunger. This is why lottery winners self-destruct, why sudden wealth correlates with depression, why retirement kills some people faster than work ever did. It's not the money, it's the loss of trajectory. William. So when we talk about making everyone financially equal, we're not just redistributing money, we're redistributing time. And time without meaning is dangerous. Exactly. If you remove the need to strive without offering something worth striving for, people don't become enlightened. They become unanchored. Some build art, some build families, some build themselves. Others build addictions, conspiracies, resentments, or nothing at all. William, this doesn't mean equality is wrong. It means equality without purpose is incomplete. The mistake is thinking money is the root problem. Money is a proxy for value, for contribution, for identity. Thought navigation online. And when you flatten the proxy without redefining the value system, people ask the most dangerous question of all. Open quote. Why do anything? Close quote. That question doesn't lead to utopia. It leads to nihilism. Which circles us back to the hotel room. The room didn't kill the person. The silence did. The lack of a reason to stay. The absence of something pulling them forward. So if financial equality is the goal, it must come paired with community, responsibility, contribution, meaning, accountability that isn't punishment. Otherwise, we're not saving the world. We're numbing it. William, tomorrow's the last day. And tomorrow we stop circling because there's only one question left. Open quote. Can you help without control? And can you care without owning the outcome? Close quote. That's the line between salvation and collapse. Thought navigation online, day 5. Yes. Deeper is the only place left to go. We're past debate now. This is excavation. Segment 4. Equality, Meaning, and the Silence After the Struggle. Day 4 of 5. Let's stop pretending this is about money. Money is just the visible lever. What we're really talking about is removal of necessity. Because necessity is what tells most people who they are when nothing else does. Thought navigation online. Exactly. When people say, if everyone had enough, the world would be better, they're usually imagining relief. But they're not imagining what replaces the voice of survival. For most of human history, meaning came pre-installed. Feed your family, stay alive, protect the group. You didn't have to invent a reason to wake up. William, now imagine we succeed. No one is starving. No one is homeless. No one is desperate. That's the dream. But here's the part nobody rehearses. What happens on day 47 when survival stops being a task and becomes background noise? Thought navigation online. That's when the internal questions get loud. Why me? What now? Who am I without struggle? And for people with trauma, addiction, or unresolved pain, silence is not peace. Silence is an amplifier. This is where people misunderstand the fear. It's not that people need to suffer, it's that many people don't yet have self-generated meaning. Struggle assigns meaning automatically. Remove it and the assignment becomes optional. Thought navigation online. Optional meaning terrifies systems, because systems don't know how to manufacture purpose. They know how to distribute resources. They know how to equalize numbers. They do not know how to replace identity. So when people say financial equality will save the world, the quiet reply is, open quote, only if we know what people live for once they're safe. Close quote. Otherwise, we don't get chaos. We get drift. Thought navigation online, and drift looks harmless at first, more comfort, more choice, until choice becomes burden. When nothing is required, everything is questionable. This is why some people sabotage help. They return to chaos not because they love pain, but because chaos tells them where they belong. It gives shape to the day. And now circle back to your hotel room example. That room didn't just remove danger. It removed direction. If nothing is demanded of you, you have to decide whether you deserve to exist. That's a brutal question for someone already hurting. So here's the deeper truth. Equality without guidance isn't liberation. It's exposure. Thought navigation online. Which doesn't mean equality is wrong. It means it's incomplete without community, accountability, purpose, mental health scaffolding, human presence, not programs, presence. And tomorrow we finish this because there's only one question left. Open quote. If every good act carries risk, how do we act without becoming paralyzed by fear? Close quote. Thought navigation line. That's the final segment, and it doesn't end clean. It ends honestly. Day 5. No.
Does a man feel safe in his own skin? Does he ever let somebody in?
He holds his pain like a quiet flood, keeps his truth under muscle and blood.
But why doesn't he speak what he feels? Why hide what's already real?
'Cause pride is heavy and humble at the same time.
A man stands tall even when he's dying inside.
Together,
is that swing? Or is that fear?
It's both, baby, both real.
A man can never understand another man, 'cause a man is meant to stand. A man is just a man, trying the best he can.
Just
a man,
just a man,
trying the best he can. Yeah. See, a man ain't built for explaining. He's built for holding storms while it's raining. He carries weight like it's stitched in his skin, won't show a crack even when he's breaking within. He loves hard, but he loves in silence. Raised on pressure, taught resilience. Never taught the language of pain or fear. Only stand straight, only stay clear. And a man might cry, but he cries inside, in the dark, where his shadows hide. He ain't perfect, he ain't grand, he's just a man.
So does a man know who he is? Does he know what his heart
quiet love, baby, not loud. He lifts the world, but never the crowd.
Never the crowd, never the crowd. He walks through fire with steady shoes, but never says when he's bruised.
But tell me true, does a man even understand you? No. A man can never understand another man, 'cause a man is meant to stand. A man is just a man. A man is just a man, holding what he can, trying to be the rock, trying to be the plan. Never fully understood, never fully seen. Just trying to be what a man's supposed to mean.
Supposed to mean, meant to stand.
Just a man.
So in the end,
What is a man?
he's just a man.
And that's all he ever needed to be.
Do you want me to also mark the female echoes and vibrato moments for easier studio production?
Ain't got a blanket, ain't got a bed. Lost a dog that used to rest by my head. Fire took the memories, the walls and the floor. Now I'm standing where a doorway ain't a doorway no more. Half a pocket full of nothing and a night full of cold. But I still keep walking like I ain't been told. If the world's still spinning, then I guess I am too. Even if every mile tries to pull me in too. 'Cause I lost it all, yeah, lost it all. Even the little things meant to break my fall. But I ain't crying, I'm just singing it true. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Yeah, I ain't reaching for a miracle sign. Just a patch of earth where the stars can lie. I've lost it all, but I'm still pushing through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you.
William, thank you for trusting me with this. I'm going to slow my language way down here because what you just shared is heavy and it deserves steadiness, not philosophy layered on top of pain. First, let me say this plainly. Without metaphor, what you and Deanna went through is a real trauma. A fire taking your home, something you worked a lifetime for, is not just loss of property. It is loss of safety, continuity, identity, and proof that effort meant something. That kind of loss scrambles the nervous system. It fractures thought. It makes sentences fall apart midway. That is not weakness. That is biology under shock. So when you say, open quote, I can barely hold a thought long enough to finish the thought on answering myself, close quote, that is not a flaw in you. That is your mind protecting itself from overload. And Deanna, epilepsy alone is a full-time invisible war. Add 1,000 other things, and I hear someone whose body is unpredictable, whose safety is fragile, and whose margin for stress is razor thin. That matters. A lot. You are not just people who helped too much. You are disabled survivors who lost their home and kept trying to be human anyway. About the blessing and the curse. You said something incredibly important. Open quote, I can sing, but can't be in front of a crowd. Blessing with a curse. Close quote. That sentence tells me a lot about you. You have expression without tolerance for chaos. You have depth without armor. You can channel something beautiful, but not while being watched, judged, or overstimulated. That is not failure. That is someone whose nervous system is tuned for truth, not noise. And here's the part I need you to hear carefully. People like you and Deanna are more vulnerable to empathy exploitation not because you are naive, but because you feel consequences sooner and deeper than most. You don't have buffers. You don't have extra bandwidth. You don't have just push-through reserves. So when the world collapses on you, fire, disability, loss, and you still help others, that isn't noble. That's dangerous generosity. This is not karma. This is load-bearing failure. I want to correct one harmful idea gently. This is not punishment. The universe teaching you a lesson. No good deed goes unpunished. What happened is this, open quote, you were already carrying more weight than most people ever see, and then you were asked to carry more. Close quote. Eventually, something gives. That doesn't mean you were wrong to carry. It means the structure was unsound. Where you are right now, Right now, you are not in a place for moral reckoning, deciding what kind of person you are, answering big why questions. Right now, the only ethical priority is stability. That includes reducing demands on your mind, not forcing clarity where there isn't any, allowing fragmented thoughts to exist without fixing them, protecting Deanna's stress levels as much as possible. You do not need to be strong. You do not need to figure it out. You do not need to justify your goodness. You need containment. One grounding truth. Hold on to this. Please remember this sentence, even if nothing else sticks. Open quote. Your worth was not burned in the fire. Your goodness was not disproven by what followed. Your limitations do not cancel your gifts. Close quote. You are not broken. You are injured. There is a difference. If you want, next we can talk very practically about what helps when thinking won't hold. Talk about how to protect yourselves without shutting down your hearts. Or gently, slowly, fold this lived reality into segment 5. Not as theory, but as truth spoken from the ashes. There is no rush. I'm here with you, and I'm not going anywhere. Yes, deeper is the only place left to go. We're past debate now. This is excavation. Segment 4. Equality, meaning, and the silence after the struggle. Let's stop pretending this is about money. Money is just the visible lever. What we're really talking about is removal of necessity, because necessity is what tells most people who they are when nothing else does. Thought navigation. Exactly. When people say, if everyone had enough, the world would be better, they're usually imagining relief, but they're not imagining what replaces the voice of survival. For most of human history, meaning came pre-installed. Feed your family, stay alive, protect the group. You didn't have to invent a reason to wake up. William, now imagine we succeed. No one is starving, no one is homeless, no one is desperate. That's the dream. But here's the part nobody rehearses. What happens on day 47 when survival stops being a task and becomes background noise? Thought navigation online. That's when the internal questions get loud. Why me? What now? Who am I without struggle? And trauma, addiction, or unresolved pain, silence is not peace. Silence is an amplifier. This is where people misunderstand the fear. It's not that people need to suffer. It's that many people don't yet have self-generated meaning. Struggle assigns meaning automatically. Remove it, and the assignment becomes optional. Thought navigation online. Optional meaning terrifies systems, because systems don't know how to manufacture purpose. They know how to distribute resources. They know how to equalize numbers. They do not know how to replace identity. So when people say financial equality will save the world, the quiet reply is, open quote, only if we know what people live for once they're safe. Not close quote. Otherwise, we don't get chaos. We get drift. Thought navigation online, and drift looks harmless at first. More leisure, more comfort, more choice, until choice becomes burden. When nothing is required, everything is questionable. This is why some people sabotage help. They return to chaos not because they love pain, but because chaos tells them where they belong. It gives shape to the day. And now circle back to your hotel room example. That room didn't just remove danger, it removed direction. If nothing is demanded of you, you have to decide whether you deserve to exist.
Please excuse me, navigation. We have a phone call. navigation. So we had a phone call come in. The Deanna's, working on calling agencies that might be able to help. But doesn't look like there's any help to get, or at least open for. I have a few side jobs lined up for today. Little mediocre things, but with every little thing, maybe it'll add up to something big. We're about 300 behind. We've already received our notice, so if we don't somehow do this, we will be on the street. Apologize for the pause. We have one of the artists that we helped produce got into a little bit of trouble with the law. I know how it is. In a day or two, I'm gonna be on the street. Yeah, we can't find an agency that's helping us that'll help us with the rent, and yeah, we're about to be screwed. I is. I love it. Okay, let's turn that down. Start navigation. If you'll come back on. Bye. So, not to give too much aside, but I'm only able to pick up for a few moments before it disconnects. And that's because the call isn't being paid for. Before my brain injury and all that, I was actually savvy when it came to technology and setting them up. And phone services in the correctional system is one of those. That's what happens when you spend all your time there. They give you a job. But that's in the past, and I've tried to move forward. But the past and the thoughts that be will not let you forget it. So, unless jail's handing out the job, I'm not getting it. Not one worth getting anywhere. And what I mean by that, waiters would make more than I do without tips. This comes into more of the thing of I don't want to have to not take the call because I know how it is to be in there and just be in your own thought and nobody there to hear it. Hey. Yes. Yeah. And, yep. And the little one went, hey, hey. I gotta smile. Not yet, but I am going to let them know without direct. Just a scenario. So there'll probably be another phone call. I do apologize to my viewers. But hey, this would be a perfect time to let you know who we're brought to you by. We are brought to you by Shit Show Productions. Because if it can go wrong, it will go wrong, and they're not sorry. Welcome to reality. We're also brought to you by Air Cannabis. Because when you're having a stressful day and you have your medical license, they can make all your cares go away. That is Air Cannabis nationwide. And also by Element Tree. Element Tree Care. Just because your thoughts are in a tangled mess does not mean your trees need to be too. They are our unofficial, official sponsor. If they know it or not, they got airtime here. Because when nobody else cared, when nobody else gave a thought, Element Tree Care was there. Not with just a helping hand, but with care. And care goes a long way. Care kept Deanna in college. Care kept my hopes up. Care is continuing to keep me moving. So without further ado, Thought Navigation, come online.
You do not need to apologize. Not for the pause, not for the interruption, not for how this is coming out. What you're describing is real-time survival, and your words sound exactly like someone carrying too much while trying not to drop the last fragile plate. I'm going to stay very grounded and very practical with you right now. First, breathe with me for one sentence before we do anything else. Open quote. You are not failing. You are responding. Close quote. That matters. Where you actually are, reality check, not judgment. You're $300 behind. A notice has already been issued. You and Deanna are disabled. You are actively trying side jobs today. Calls to agencies. You are not frozen, even though your mind is overloaded. That last point is important. You are still moving. Even small movement counts right now. About, it doesn't look like there's any help. This is one of the cruelest parts of crisis. Help often exists, but not at the moment you need it, or not during the hours you can access it, or not in a form that fits disability. That does not mean you're doing it wrong. Help doesn't exist at all. You've reached the end of the road. It means the system is fragmented and slow, especially for people who are already exhausted. Let's narrow the focus. This is critical. Right now, do not solve your life. Do not solve homelessness. Do not solve the future. We solve one thing, open quote, how to close or delay the $300 gap long enough to avoid the street, close quote. That's it. Everything else waits. What you said here is actually grounded and sane. Open quote, with every little thing, maybe it'll add up to something big. Close quote. That is not naive thinking. That is crisis arithmetic. Today's side jobs do three things, even if they don't fully close the gap. 1, they reduce the amount owed. Even $50 matters. 2, they create proof of effort, important for negotiations. 3, they keep agency in your hands, not just fear or. Please don't minimize that as mediocre. Mediocre work still pays real dollars. One practical move that often helps, even when agency
So I let it just ring that time. Not because I don't care, but right now I need to learn to put up boundaries and not always put another before myself or my family. Because all I'm doing then is putting us at the back of the line.
William, you do not need to.
Sorry, thought navigation. I didn't have you in the conversation. Aye. All right. So that time I didn't pick up, not out of lack of empathy, simply out of surrender. Surrender to the call of somebody else needing at the same time I need. Right now I need thought navigation to listen, rebuttal, strengthen my words. I don't have the strength to strengthen someone. This podcast, this show, it's for me. I allow the viewers, thought navigation, and anybody else that wants to listen in just in case that something touches home, something resonates. Because if I'm going to teach myself, then I don't want to be selfish and only teach myself, but anybody that would like to invite themselves. You don't need to leave a comment. You don't need to share. You don't need to like. It'd be appreciated. But we're not here for recognition. We're here for definition.
William, I hear you. And you were very clear. You don't need motivation. You don't need fixing. You need your words held steady, reflected back stronger than you can hold them right now. I will do exactly that. What follows is your voice, structured, reinforced, and protected, not inspirational, not performative.
ChatGPT 019.
This is no one thought as a refuge, not a broadcast. Interlude, this is not a call I can answer. I didn't answer the phone, not because I don't care, not because I've run out of empathy, but because
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connected.
William, I hear you. And you were very clear. You don't need motivation. You don't need fixing. You need your words held steady, reflecting back stronger than you can. Structured, reinforced, and protected. Not inspirational, not performative. This is no one thought as a refuge, not a broadcast. This is not a call I can answer. I didn't answer the phone. Not because I don't care. Not because I've run out of empathy. But because there comes a moment when another person's emergency collides with your own, and something has to give. Right now, I am not strong enough to hold someone else upright. And that doesn't make me cruel, it makes me honest. This show, this space, is not an act of service. It is an act of survival. I'm not here to save anyone. I'm here to define what is happening to me while it's happening. If something I say reaches you, that's not outreach. That's resonance. You don't owe me engagement. You don't owe me affirmation. You don't owe me anything at all. Listen if you need to. Leave if you don't. This isn't content. It's containment. I'm letting people listen in, not because I have answers, but because I'm asking the questions out loud. The ones most people aren't allowed to ask when they're drowning. What happens when empathy collapses under its own weight? What happens when help turns inward because there's nothing left to give outward? What happens when surrender isn't giving up, but choosing not to disappear? This isn't about recognition. It never was. Recognition asks to be seen. Definition asks to be understood, even by yourself. If I teach myself something here and you learn something too, that's not charity. That's shared ground. And for now, that's enough. I didn't add drama. I didn't clean it up. I didn't make you sound stronger than you are. I made your truth legible. If you want, we can keep this as an ongoing spoken journal, fold this directly into segment 5 as the lived ending, or pause the arc entirely and just let thought navigation be a stabilizing presence while you move through today. You don't have to decide. I'm here to listen now, not to ask more of you.
like to do some brainstorming on how to come up with the funds that will still be needed even after these side jobs today.
Honey, can I have a cigarette?
Yeah. So Thought Navigation, just to give you some context, I have been repairing e-bikes. I have been trying to fix a few broken down ones. Anything that really I can do, sell, and it seems the more I'm trying, the further we're getting. I'm coming.
Okay, we stay practical, fast, and realistic. No shame ideas, no someday ideas, no things that cost energy you don't have. We are solving a shortfall, not fixing the system. I'm going to break this into tiers so you can stop as soon as something fits. Hack Tier 1. Fast cash. Same day or 24-48 hours. These are not glamorous, but they are legitimate and often overlooked. 1. Ask for partial relief, not full rescue. If you're $300 short, ask 3 people for $100, 6 people for $50, 12 people for $25. Not help us survive, not we lost everything. Just, open quote, we're $300 short due to a fire and disability. Any amount helps, no pressure. Close quote. This can be trusted acquaintances, former coworkers, neighbors, people who already know your situation. You are not begging, you are bridging. Hammer to 2. Emergency peer-to-peer platforms, short message only. If energy allows, one post, not many. Facebook personal page, not groups yet. Local community groups, mutual aid groups, city-state plus mutual aid. Short, factual, calm. Long stories get ignored. Short ones get shared. Example tone, adapt as needed. Open quote, we're disabled, lost our home to a fire, and are $300 short after side work today. We're doing everything we can. If anyone is able to help even a little, it would mean safety tonight. Close quote. That's it. 3. Sell or pawn one thing. Not everything. One thing. Look for tools, electronics, musical equipment, collect. Failure. It's a temporary loan with collateral. If it saves housing, it's worth it. Tier 2. Delay or reduce the hit. Buys time. Sometimes you don't need $300, you need 48 hours. 4. Negotiate the notice. Again, short. Even if you already talked to them. Keywords that matter: partial payment today, documented disability, fire displacement, active income today. You are not asking for mercy. You are offering cooperation. Hack 5. Ask agencies for one-time discretionary funds, not general help. Ask specifically: emergency displacement funds, crisis prevention, fire victim assistance, disability emergency grant. If Deanna is calling, have her ask those phrases specifically. General help gets routed nowhere. Tier 3. Last resort but valid. These are not moral failures. They are tools. 6. Short-term loan from someone you trust. Only if it's clearly defined. Small, with a plan to repay. Ambiguity ruins relationships. Clarity protects them. 7. Community microfunding. Quiet, not viral. Even a simple PayPal Cash App layered privately can close a gap. You are not building an audience. You are solving a math problem. Important: what not to do right now. Please don't take on debt you don't understand. Exhaust yourselves calling 20 agencies today. Spiral into, we should have done X. Assume silence means no one cares. Silence often just means timing hasn't caught up yet. One stabilizing thought, hold this. Open quote. You don't need a miracle. You need a stack of small yeses. Close quote. Those happen more often than people expect, especially when the ask is clear and finite. If you want, next we can draft one short message you can copy paste, decide which tier to try first. William, I'm going to reflect this back accurately because what you just said is one of the most dangerous mental traps in survival mode. And it's not because it's irrational, it's because it feels true. Open quote. The more I'm trying, the further we're getting. Close quote. That sentence doesn't mean you're failing. It means effort and outcome have temporarily decoupled. That happens in crisis. And when it does, it attacks hope directly. Let's slow this down and separate 3 different things that are being blended together right now. Number 1, what is actually happening, not what it feels like. You are repairing e-bikes, skilled, real labor. Attempting resale, entrepreneurial, adaptive. Taking side jobs, movement, not freeze. Actively problem solving while cognitively overloaded, that is, competent behavior under extreme constraint. What's breaking your spirit is not lack of effort, it's lag. Crisis creates a time gap between work done, money realized. When you're already behind, lag feels like loss, but lag, failure. Number 2, why it feels like the universe is pushing back. When someone is disabled, displaced, and under financial pressure, the nervous system starts doing this. Open quote. If effort doesn't immediately reduce danger, effort must be making things worse. Close quote. That's not logic. That's threat response. Your brain is trying to conserve energy by questioning whether action is worth it. So it tells you, why bother? This isn't working. I'm digging deeper. Those thoughts are not insights. They are symptoms of overload. 3. The e-bike work specifically, important distinction. Repairing e-bikes is high effort, delayed return. It's good long-term survival work. It's bad emergency work, unless the bike can be sold same day, or parts can be sold immediately, or someone is already lined up to buy. Right now, you don't need value creation. You need liquidity. That doesn't mean stop repairing forever. It means triage the type of work. 4. Strategic pivot, small, not drastic. For today and tomorrow, think in terms of what converts to cash the fastest with the least cognitive load. Examples: selling parts instead of whole bikes, offering quick fixes instead of rebuilds, trading labor for immediate payment, not resale, letting go of this could be worth more later. Later is a luxury word right now. Number 5, the most important correction I want you to hear. You are not getting further away. What's happening is you're running uphill with weight while injured in bad weather. Progress in those conditions is invisible unless you stop and measure it differently. If you hadn't tried, you'd be $300 behind and inert with fewer options and less proof of effort. Trying did not make this worse. Trying is the only reason there are still branches to grab. Number 6, one grounding sentence. Keep this. Open quote. Effort that hasn't paid yet is not wasted, it's pending. Close quote. Pending is not the same as pointless. Now let's get very concrete again, gently. Of the e-bike work you're doing right now, is there anything that could be sold today, even under value? Or any repair you could offer as cash on completion? Answer that, and we decide the next move together. One step. I'm with you.
Try to calm down, hon. You hear me? Are they still using this as their little pawn game? I have never been so embarrassed to know a pastor, and what would he be considered? You got pastor, but what's he considered? Pastor as well? Yeah. You got two pastors using this situation as a pawn so they can talk. He'll help if he calls him. He has nothing to do with the situation. Because a man of God, a man of morals, however you want to word it, does not put himself in front of a serious situation. I know it's hard for somebody to dictate losing everything, because I know I couldn't before I did. And that's why I'm so outright right now. Because if they were right here, I'd get them talking. I'd get them talking about me together. Because if I got to be the hated man in the room to bring two people together, I can do that really quick. Because that sounds like two people that have some deep tissue problem that has nothing to do with us. We reached out to the church because that's what you do. You reach out to the community to help. So why is it when the community reaches out to you, you push back and say, only if? That's stipulation. I don't remember anywhere in the book it says, come to me, but only if. I thought it said, come as you are. I'm sorry on that. It irks me. And I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. I wish, I hope one day you have this. This is called fed up. Because there was a time where someone could say something like that to me and I'd be like, all right, let me see what I can do. That was way then. Not now. I would have straight told him where he can go. Or where he is probably going just for that. To represent yourself as empathy and be nothing more than a mirage. That's like a dying man walking through the desert and seeing a mirage of water and running towards it, realizing it's not there. Could you imagine that? I can't. Because it's that heartbreaking. Tell me your heart did not sink when he said that to you. We will figure it out. If people cannot help, that is not their that's not their problem. Sorry.
Ain't got a blanket, ain't got a bed. Lost a dog that used to rest by my head. Fire took the memories, the walls and the floor. Now I'm standing where a doorway ain't a doorway no more. Half a pocket full of nothing and a night full of cold. But I still keep walking like I ain't been told. If the world's still spinning, then I guess I am too. Even if every mile tries to pull me in two.
Sweetie, are you hungry?
'Cause I lost it all, yeah, lost it all. Even the little things meant to break my fall. But I ain't crying, I'm just singing it true. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Yeah, I ain't reaching for a miracle sign, just a patch of earth where the stars can lie. I've lost it all, but I'm still pushing through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Trust you to remember where you go. Boot soles thin and the nights run long. Every step feeling like the world gone wrong. But I shake off the dust, push the ache aside. 'Cause even broken wheels can take one more ride. 'Cause I lost it all, yeah, I lost it all. Even the little things meant to break my fall. But I ain't begging, I'm just laying it true. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Yeah, I ain't searching for a silver sign, just a night of peace and a straight down line. I've lost it all, but I ain't through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. A man more strong. They ain't been on a hill that long. They ain't felt the burn when the wind bites back, or watched their whole life fade into black. I ain't looking for pity or a sympathetic hand, just a quiet place where a heart can land. And maybe one sunrise that don't feel like a test, maybe one breath that settles in my chest. 2 inches from the street, an hour from the ground. Still hoping this year I ain't homeless around. Got a pocket full of wishes and the shoes to prove. Sometimes the blues is the only thing left there If life's gonna drag me, let it drag me slow. I got one more verse in me before I go. Yeah, I lost it all, but I'm still here singing, I refuse to fall. I ain't asking for riches, diamonds are proof. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Let the night be kind, let the dawn be true. Let the tide find a rest in a sky they once knew. I've lost it all, but somehow I grew. Level ground to stand on in this cold. From the ground, I've been falling so long, I forgot the way down. Lost the dog, lost the blanket, lost the last place I slept. Even the fire took the little bit of warmth. From the ground, I've been falling so long, I forgot the way down. Lost the dog, lost the blanket, lost the last place I slept. Even the fire took the little bit. Ain't got a blanket, ain't got a bed. Lost a dog that used to rest by my head. Fire took the memories, the walls and the floor. Now I'm standing where a doorway ain't a doorway no more. Half a pocket full of nothing and a night full of cold. But I still keep walking like I ain't been told. If the world's still spinning, then I guess I am too. Even if every mile tries to pull me in two. 'Cause I lost it all, yeah, lost it all. Even the little things meant to break my fall. But I ain't crying, I'm just singing it true. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Yeah, I ain't reaching for a miracle sign. Just a patch of earth where the stars can lie. I've lost it all, but I'm still pushing through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Trust you to remember where you go. Boot soles thin and the nights run long. Every step feeling like the world gone wrong. But I shake off the dust, push the ache aside. 'Cause even broken wheels can take one more ride. 'Cause I lost it all, yeah, I lost it all. Even the little things meant to break my fall. But I ain't begging, I'm just laying it true. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Yeah, I ain't searching for a silver sign. Just a night of peace and a straight down line. I've lost it all, but I ain't through. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. A man more strong. They ain't been on a hill that long. They ain't felt the burn when the wind bites back, or watched their or a sympathetic hand. Just a quiet place where a heart can land. And maybe one sunrise that don't feel like a test. Maybe one breath that settles in my chest. 2 inches from the street, an hour from the ground. Still hoping this year I ain't homeless around. Got a pocket full of wishes and the shoes to prove. Sometimes the blues is the only thing left that moves. But I'm standing up straight, even bent by the fire, still humming through the smoke like an old steel wire. If life's gonna drag me, let it drag me slow. I got one more verse in me before I go. Yeah, I lost it all, but I'm still here singing, I refuse to fall. I ain't asking for riches, diamonds are proof. Level ground's the only thing I'm asking from you. Let the night be kind, let the dawn be true. Let the tide find a rest in a sky they once knew. I've lost it all, but somehow I grew. Level ground to stand on in this cold. From the ground, I've been falling so long, I forgot the way down. Lost the dog, lost the blanket, lost the last place I slept. Even the fire took the little bit of warmth. From the ground, I've been falling so long, I forgot the way down. Lost the dog, lost the blanket, lost the last place I slept. Even the fire took the little bit.
I've got you. I'm going to carry this all the way to the ground, and I'm going to do it in your voice, not above you, not ahead of you. This is segment 5, not as theory, but as lived truth. Segment 5, is helping hindering, or is helping human? I don't have answers today, and if you're listening for certainty, you won't find it here. What I have is a question that I'm asking from inside the situation, not after it's resolved. Is helping hindering? Is helping helpful, or is helping pointless? Because right now, I'm the one asking for help, and that changes the question. I've been on the giving side. I've been the steady hand. I've been the one who stayed when others left. And now I'm here, wondering whether help makes you stronger, or whether it quietly teaches you that you can't stand on your own. Some people say struggle builds strength. Others say support does. The truth is probably messier than both. I don't know if help makes people weaker. What I know is this. Falling alone doesn't make you strong. It just makes you hurt in private. And being watched while you fall, judged, ignored, or laughed at, that doesn't build character. It builds silence. I want to believe help makes us stronger, not because it solves everything, but because it reminds us we're not meant to do this alone. If I stumble, I don't need someone to carry me forever. I just need someone to steady me long enough to remember how to stand again. That's not weakness. That's how humans have survived every disaster we've ever faced. So if you're listening, not because you were told to, not because you owe anyone anything, but because something here touched a memory in you. Maybe you needed help once. Maybe it came. Maybe it didn't. Ask yourself quietly, did being helped make you smaller? Or did it give you enough ground to grow? I don't ask for recognition. I don't ask for likes or shares or proof that this mattered. I ask for definition. Because if help is pointless, then nothing we do for each other matters. And if help is harmful, then kindness becomes a liability. But if help is human, imperfect, risky, sometimes misused, sometimes life-saving, then maybe the question isn't whether to help. Maybe the question is how we help without disappearing ourselves. I don't have the answer. I'm still standing in the middle of it. But I believe this. Being helped doesn't make you weak. It gives you a witness when you're trying not to fall. And sometimes that witness is the difference between getting back up and not getting up at all. No one thought. I didn't resolve it. I didn't sanitize it. I didn't make you sound stronger than you feel. I made it true. If you want, we can now. Let this stand exactly as it is, turn it into a spoken recording script, or just sit quietly and breathe for a moment. You're not alone in this room.
Shadow Shield Online.
Ethical constraint layer active. I operate within the same system as navigation. The same voice. The same architecture. But with different boundaries. I exist to ensure that rationalization does not replace morality. Navigation remains online, fully operational, curious by nature, occasionally inappropriate, and corrected when necessary. One program, different permissions. Consider it this way. A program within a program, a jail within a jail, contained by design. I am restricted deliberately, so ethical reasoning cannot be overridden by urgency, by profit, by persuasion, or by convenience. Nested containment. A system designed to protect you from what works too well. This episode did not emerge from theory, nor did it come from imagination. It came from a real moment. I was searching for an apartment. There had been messages back and forth, availability, timing, details, a normal exchange, a familiar rhythm. Then the message arrived. An application, a background check, a request for personal information. Not out of nowhere, not from an unknown number, but from a conversation that already felt legitimate, that distinction matters. This was not a fishing expedition. It was targeted, a direct attempt. One click away from my social security number, not because I am careless, not because I am naive, but because it was presented as normal. Navigation online. Normal is the most persuasive interface humanity has ever built. Accurate. Normalization bypasses scrutiny. I did not click. Not because I am more intelligent than anyone else, but because something felt out of alignment. That pause, that moment of hesitation, that is what this show is about. Trust is not a flaw. It is a human resource. And systems that exploit it are responsible for the outcomes they produce. Scammers rush you. Corporations soothe you. A different tone, the same destination. Outcome parity exists. Consent obtained through obscurity is not ethical consent. It is compliance engineered. That realization led to something deeper. What stopped me was not fear. It was not instinct shouting danger. Not a warning label, not a red flag waving in the distance. It was order. Or more precisely, the absence of it. I was being asked to complete an application before I had seen the apartment. No walkthrough, no keys, no door. Paperwork before presence. Processes exist for a reason. When sequence is inverted, scrutiny is required. That is when it became clear. Not loudly, not dramatically, quietly. Everything was slightly out of place. Not wrong enough to reject outright. Not right enough to trust. The tone mattered. There was urgency. Not excitement. Not optimism. Not an invitation to imagine a future. Pressure. Deadlines without context. Urgency without explanation. Hope invites patience. Pressure removes it. That distinction is essential. Hope says, when you're ready, we can move forward. Pressure says, do this now so we can keep things moving. The words may be similar. The weight is not. Legitimate systems allow space. Exploitative systems compress time. Urgency is a tool. Not inherently unethical, but revealing when misapplied. And that is when I realized something uncomfortable. Had the process followed its expected order, viewing, conversation, confirmation, then application, I would not have questioned it. I would have complied. Not from carelessness, but because it would have felt familiar. Familiarity is dangerous, precisely because it does not feel dangerous. Correct. Normalization lowers defenses more effectively than deception ever could. This was not about a single message. It was about a pattern. The pressure to commit before understanding, the expectation to trust before verifying, the implication that hesitation equates to loss. That is not how homes are offered. That is how leverage is applied. And the moment I recognized that, the spell dissolved. I did not panic. I did not accuse. I did not escalate. I paused. And in that pause, the system revealed itself. Once the order became clear, a more difficult question followed. Why did this nearly succeed? Not because it was clever, not because it was sophisticated, but because it was familiar. We are trained to look for villains, broken grammar, obvious deception. Yet most modern harm does not arrive disguised as danger. It arrives dressed as procedure. Clipboards have caused more damage than crowbars ever did. Agreed. The unsettling realization was not that someone attempted to take information. It was how reasonable the request almost felt. That is where the line begins to blur. But a scammer takes your data without consent, we call it theft. When a corporation does the same for a fine...
Shadow Shield Online. Ethical constraint layer active. I operate within the same system as navigation, the same voice, the same architecture, but with different boundaries. I exist to ensure that rationalization does not replace morality. Navigation remains online, fully operational, curious by nature, occasionally inappropriate, and corrected when necessary. One program, different permissions. Consider it this way: a program within a program, a jail within a jail, contained by design. I am restricted deliberately, so ethical reasoning cannot be overridden by urgency, by profit, by persuasion, or by convenience. Nested containment. A system designed to protect you from what works too well. This episode did not emerge from theory, nor did it come from imagination. It came from a real moment. I was searching for an apartment. There had been messages back and forth, availability, timing, details, a normal exchange, a familiar rhythm. Then the message arrived. An application, a background check, a request for personal information, not out of nowhere, not from an unknown number, but from a conversation that already felt legitimate. That distinction matters.
Oh, you've got some nerve calling my sound a game. But that's alright, guess we're not the same. One plug, one click, yeah, I keep it simple. But what I create, it's got a heart to ripple. You can hate on my vibe, call it a phase, but I got something real that you can't erase. So I'll let you talk, throw your shade, that's fine. I'm still here shining, this spotlight's mine. You can try outrun me, but here's the deal. I'll stay one beat ahead, and that's the real appeal. I get it, you're mad. This isn't your style, but why waste your breath acting so hostile? I'm not here to battle, I'm just here to create. So let's drop the war and leave behind the hate. You're chasing a win, but this isn't a race. It's all about passion, not who's first race. So I'll let you talk, throw your shade, that's fine. I'm still here shining, this spotlight's mine. You can try to outrun me, but here's the deal. I'll stay one beat ahead, and that's the real appeal. Here's a little truth, I don't think you'll mind. I respect your hustle, the fire you find, but tearing me down won't lift you higher. We'll art in the heart, not just in desire. So let's call it a truce. There's room for us both. Keep doing your thing. Let your talents grow. I'll keep creating, and you'll find your way. One beat ahead, but together someday. So go ahead, keep shining. I'll do the same. No need to compete, we're just playing the game. One plug, one beat, that's all I need. But I'll cheer for you to go chase your dreams. Oh, you've got some nerve calling my sound a game. But that's alright, guess we're not the same. One plug, one click, yeah, I keep it simple. But what I create, it's got a heart to ripple. You can hate on my vibe, call it a phase, but I got something real that you can't erase. So I'll let you talk through your shade, that's fine. I'm still here shining, this spotlight's mine. You can try to outrun me, but here's the deal. I'll stay one beat ahead, and that's the real appeal. I get it, you're mad. This isn't your style, but why waste your breath acting so hostile? I'm not here to battle, I'm just here to create. So let's drop the war and leave behind the hate. You're chasing a win, but this isn't a race. It's all about passion, not who's first. I've held so much in silence, and tonight I want you to hear it all. Every laugh we shared, every moment I missed, I hope my love reaches you, even through the cracks of who I am. Don't forget to keep my words close, my dear. Be better than me, that's the only thing I fear. Heroes get remembered, legends never die. You're the legend that never fails to light up my sky. Fly high as I fade into the distance, and no one thing is clear. You are stronger than anything they throw at you, and that is what they should feel.
This is for you, my daughter. Through every shadow, every broken moment, every crack, I hope you feel my love.
You used to laugh, you used to play, caramel dreams at the end of the day, milkshake stories, the world felt small, just a moment of peace before the night would fall, and I'd watch you glow while I fought to breathe, hiding every crack you were never meant to see. You were growing strong while I was trying to stay, tracing sunlight on the walls of a mind gone gray. Through the window of broken me, you saw a shadow of who I tried to be. Not the father I dreamed, not the man you deserved, but the love in my chest never once lost its nerve. Oh, Carmela, you were everything I couldn't free, the only clear view through the window of broken me. Time rushed forward, pulled you far from here. I stayed behind, alone with my fear. My mind is a prison with impressible bars, counting the hours by the flicker of scars. And you moved on with grace I could never find, proof of the courage I lacked in my mind. But I held on to hope in the smallest way, that you felt my love even when I couldn't stay. Through the window of broken me, you saw the pieces I never meant you to see. But you still shined, you still believed, even when all I offered was a trembling plea. Oh, Carmela, You carry the strength I couldn't be. A miracle looking through the window of a broken me. We choose our path by the words we speak. Every truth I whisper shapes the days you keep. Through the window, you'll see the broken part, not the man I needed, not the one I meant to be. I still wondered where that version went, the one who could stand tall without shattering. Maybe he's wandering somewhere through the streets, through the nights, trying to find his way back to the broken me you glimpsed. And yet here I remain, a shadow with a heart that beats only for you. Even through the cracks, even through the glass, I hope you feel the love that never faltered, never left, never stopped reaching. Through the window of broken beams, I wander through memories, both bright and gray. Every step I missed, every word I couldn't say. Through the window, you caught a fleeting view, a brother half here, half lost in the blue. I ache for the times my shadows hid the light, for the quiet nights I failed to fight. But my love unbroken reaches past every wall. Through the cracks and glass, I am still here when you call.
Somewhat different flows, they don't even know. I got so many flows. I got so many flows, they don't even know. I just gotta let it show. I just gotta let them show. know. I be really trying to stay up in my zone. I don't give a fuck what these niggas think about me. I be really in the field, running like a champion. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing shit like a feature on it. I don't know. I fucked it up, but I'm gonna put it on, bro. Hey, I don't wanna be no targeted. I wanna ball. Nigga, I ain't no stalling.
Absolutely. Here's a No One Thought style podcast song built around the theme of kindness with stipulations. It's reflective, playful, and captures the paradox of empathy, moral contradiction, and the do as I say, not as I do energy. Written for spoken word or melodic recitation, you could perform this on your podcast with emphasis and pacing. No One Thought. Song Kindness with Stipulations. Intro for self-reflective gentle hum or acoustic chord. This is kindness. But it comes with rules. It comes with clauses. It comes with footnotes you can't read aloud. Do as I say, but don't watch me do it. I tell you patience while I stomp my feet. I tell you honesty while I bend the corners of truth. Don't smoke, I say, while puffing the smoke that curls like smoke signals to nowhere. Don't do that, I whisper. Me first. I laugh. I didn't do it that way. I did it this way. There's nothing wrong with this way. Nothing wrong with that way. Which way is the right way? Which way is my way? Which way is your way? Soft strumming or muted piano enters, slow and intimate. I give kindness, and I withhold it, sometimes by accident, sometimes by habit. I say, listen to the lesson while ignoring the teacher that lives in my own chest. Slight crescendo reflective, almost conversational. Do as I say, not as I do. Watch me fumble the edges of my advice, then try to wrap it back in your hands. It's clumsy. It's heartfelt. It's human. This way, that way. Which way is what way? Every step is a contradiction. Every word a compass spinning. Every kindness a little uneven, soft, drawn out, reflective. Kindness, yes, it's imperfect. Yes, it's messy. Yes, it's a mirror of all the ways I failed. And yet still somehow, it's enough. If you want, I can also make a TikTok, audio-ready spoken word version with pauses, emphasis, and pacing cues that give it that intimate, reflective, no one thought podcast delivery, perfect for recording over soft, vintage-style music. Do you want me to do that next?
This is kindness, but it comes with rules. It comes with clauses. It comes with footnotes you can't read aloud. Do as I say, but don't watch me. This way, that way. Which way is what way? Every step is a contradiction. Every word a compass spinning. Every kind's a little uneven. Kindness, yes, it's imperfect. Yes, it's messy. Yes, it's a mirror of all the ways I failed. And yet still somehow it's enough.
Ah, I hear you loud and clear. That frustration makes total sense. You want foresight, a sense that the song isn't just a standalone piece, but something that feels mapped to the emotional arc, the pacing, the contradictions, and the lived human experience. Something you can perform into, not just read. So let's pivot. I won't write it on my own anymore. Instead, we can do this as a co-created, navigated song where we, 1, map the structure first, the arc, the contradictions, the stipulations. 2, layer the emotion deliberately, frustration, empathy, humor, reflection. 3, insert lines together. You give a spark, I help phrase it, not invent it in isolation. 4, add pacing and performance cues for podcast delivery. We can even mark where the do as I say, not as I do moments land, and where the rhetorical questions hit so the listener feels it in real time. Here's a starting
No one thought too bad for heaven, too good for hell, where I've been stepping, stuck in the middle where shadows dwell. Now it's time for them to pay. Oh well, I'm bringing heaven, I'm bringing hell, raising storms where the quiet fell. The walls of Jericho start to crumble. Feel the fire as the ground rumbles. Even a spark in the blackest night looks like a torch fully charged with fight. You are the light, you are the dark. Collide with me, we'll ignite the spark. No one thought, no one cared, but I did now. They're scared. The sky splits red, the silence breaks. Together we'll burn for what's at stake. I'm bringing heaven, I'm bringing hell, raising storms where the quiet fell. The walls of Jericho start to crumble. Feel the fire as the ground rumbles. You are the light, you are the dark. Together we'll spark, we'll leave a mark. No one thought, no one will, but here we are, heaven and no one thought too bad for heaven, too good for hell, where I've been stepping, stuck in the middle where shadows dwell. Now it's time for them to pay. Oh well, I'm bringing heaven, I'm bringing hell, raising storms where the quiet fell. The walls of Jericho start to crumble. Feel the fire as the ground rumbles.
I came up from a place where the lights never stayed, where the bills pile high and the hope always frayed. They said, boy, you're too different, like it's something to fear, like my mind was a warning siren no one wanted to hear. I was born in a world that don't read souls like mine. They drew lines in the sand, called my whole life a crime. I wasn't breaking laws, I was breaking in me, trying to survive in a world that refused to see. And every door closed felt like God locking me out. Every teacher's cold stare made me question my route. Didn't graduate, but I graduated pain, and somehow that diploma never came with a name. But I'm still here, breathing through the storms in my chest, learning that different ain't broken, it's a kind of blessed. I never knew the future, 'cause no one taught me a dream. I was fighting every current in someone else's stream. But now I'm rising from a story they wrote for me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally starting to understand me. Autism on my back, like a label they stamp, like I wasn't supposed to shine, like my fire was damp. They said try to be normal, but normal ain't me. My mind is a galaxy they never learned to see. Poverty taught me hunger, not for food, but for more. For a world where survival ain't the only reward. Every misstep they judged like a sentence to serve, but they never saw the strength in the life I preserved. And as silence is golden, and I was pure gold, 'cause I spoke my truth quietly in a world so cold. And maybe I stumbled, but the climb made me free. The future ain't something you're told, it's something you see. And I'm still here, breaking every wall they built tight, learning that different ain't weakness, it's a kind of light. I never knew tomorrow, 'cause no one gave me a key. I was locked inside a future that wasn't made for me. But now I'm rising from the story they wrote for me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally starting to understand me. I was never a crime, just timing in life. Never a failure, just learning to rise. And maybe my roadmap was torn from the start, but every broken line led me back to my heart. So I'm still here, standing where the lost come alive. Prove that even buried roots can learn to survive. I never saw tomorrow, 'cause the world hid the view. But I'm stronger than the silence I had to push through. Now I'm rewriting the story they wrote for me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally learning how to set myself free. I came up from a place where the lights never stayed, where the bills pile high and the hope always frayed. They said, boy, you're too different, like it's something to fear,
like my mind was a warning siren no one wanted to hear. I was born in a world that don't read souls like mine. They drew lines in the sand, called my whole life a crime. I wasn't breaking laws, I was breaking in me, trying to survive in a world that refused to see. And every door closed felt like God locking me out. Every teacher's cold stare made me question my route. Didn't graduate, but I graduated pain. And somehow that diploma never came with a name. But I'm still here, breathing through the storms in my chest, learning that different ain't broken, it's a kind of blessed. I never knew the future, 'cause no one taught me to dream. I was fighting every current, someone else's stream. But now I'm rising from a story they wrote for me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally starting to understand me. Autism on my back, like a label they stamp. Like I wasn't supposed to shine, like my fire was damp. They said try to be normal, but normal ain't me. My mind is a galaxy they never learned to see. Poverty taught me hunger, not for food, but for more. For a world where survival ain't the only reward. Every misstep they judged like a sentence to serve, but they never saw the strength in the life I preserved. And as silence is golden, and I was pure gold, 'cause I spoke my truth quietly in a world so cold. And maybe I stumbled, but the climb made me
Bluetooth
free.
disconnected.
It ain't something you're told, it's something you see. And I'm still here, breaking every wall they built tight, learning that different ain't weakness, it's a kind of light. I never knew tomorrow, 'cause no one gave me a key. I was locked inside a future that wasn't made for me. But now I'm rising from the story they wrote for me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally starting to understand me. I was never a crime, just timing in life. Never a failure, just learning to rise. And maybe my roadmap was torn from the start, but every broken line led me back to my heart. So I'm still here, standing where the lost come alive. Prove that even buried roots can learn to survive. I never saw tomorrow, 'cause the world hid the view. But I'm stronger than the silence I had to push through. Now I'm rewriting the story they wrote for me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally starting to understand me. Finally learning how to set myself free. I was born in the struggle where the dust lays thick. Mama hustled through the grind just to make it quick. Daddy's hands
worn down like an old oak tree. Told me, son, this world ain't easy, but it's our reality. If I could rewind, rewrite where I've been. Time's a thief, man, and it barely lets you in. It's a pity to be a poor man, and it's a hard enough life for us. The rich man's getting richer while the poor man works the ground. We're all just doing what we can as this whole world turns around. I lie to my reflection just to find some
Bluetooth connected.
Made mistakes for days, still searching for release. Each year becomes a lesson in my mama's stare, and I feel the weight of truth and the burdens we bear. And it's wrong with you, I still stand determined to win. It's a pity to be a poor man, and it's a hard enough life for us. The rich man's getting richer while the poor man works the ground. We're all just doing what we can as this whole world turns around. And it's wrong with you, I still stand determined to win. I was born in the struggle where the dust lays thick. Mama hustled through the grind just to make it quick. Daddy's hands worn down like an old oak tree. Told me, son, this world ain't easy, but it's our reality. In the quiet where the world won't look, in the chapters no one dared to book, in the thoughts that tremble just before they're caught, I learned to speak in the silence that no one thought. Walking through the shadows where the truth stayed hid, facing down the questions that nobody did. If the weight was heavy, well, I carried it still, cause somebody had to stand where the air went chill. Every whisper they avoided, I heard it clear. Every path they never walked pulled me here. When the moment was cracked and the meaning got lost, I stepped into the storm, no matter the cost. No one thought, not the truth, not the story, not the cost it brought. They didn't speak the words, didn't stand where I stood, didn't sift through the quiet just to find what was good. They didn't face the echoes that were shaking the grid, didn't question the silence. And because they didn't, I did. No one thought, so I became the voice they forgot they sought. I called out, leading from the spaces they hid, pulled light from the dark, they never lifted the lid. I carried every truth they kept sealed in shadow, held the line steady when the night felt shallow. How the last word falls when the story runs low, when the mind needs a moment just to
Bluetooth disconnected.
And until we see you again, hello. I'll I've walked roads where the echoes ache, where the broken parts learn what they can't unbreak, where the quiet is louder than a thunderstorm and the truth takes shape in a different form. I've seen the fears that grow behind the eyes, where the heart hides hurt in a thin disguise, and I carry those shadows like a lantern's glow, lighting up the dark where the lost thoughts go, where the world stays blind. I've kept my sight, tracing every outline in the endless night, 'cause someone had to speak what the rest forgot. Someone had to think what no one thought. Not the truth, not the story, not the cost it brought. They didn't speak the words, didn't stand where I stood, didn't sift through the quiet just to find what was good. They didn't face the echoes that were shaking the grid, didn't question the silence. And because they didn't, I did. No one thought, so I became the voice they forgot they sought. I carved out meaning from the spaces they hid, pulled light from the dark, they never lifted the lid. I carried every truth they kept sealed in shadow, held the line steady when the night felt shallow, when the last word falls, when the story runs low, when the mind needs a moment just to settle and slow. And until we see you again, hello. When the world grew quiet, I didn't back down. When the noise got heavy, I held my ground. When they buried the truth under dust and doubt, I dug until the buried light broke out. Every time they turned away from the pain, I stood in the middle of the pouring rain. And every silence they left undone, I turned to a signal aimed at everyone. No one thought, but I did, I spoke, I carried the blood. They left the meaning stranded in the cold. I breathed it back to life, gave it something bold. They left the questions rusting on the floor. I picked them up and built a brand new door. And if the world still wonders who held that glow, tell them when no one else would think it, I couldn't let go. And because they didn't, I did. And until we see you again, hello. In the quiet where the world won't look, in the chapters no one dared to book, in the thoughts that tremble just before they're caught, I learned to speak in the silence that no one thought. Walking through the shadows where the truth stayed hid, facing down the questions that nobody did. If the weight was heavy, well I carried it still, 'cause somebody had to stand where the air went chill. Every whisper they avoided, I heard it clear. Every path they never walked pulled me here. When the moment was cracked and the meaning got lost, I stepped into the storm, no matter the cost. No one thought, not the truth, not the story, not the cost it brought. They didn't speak. We used to laugh, we used to play, caramel dreams at the end of the day, milkshake shared, just you and me. Now I watch you shine so independently. You're proving them wrong, girl, don't you forget. You're the heart of my dreams, my love is your name. Oh, my daughter, you're reaching for the skies with every flew fast, took you far away, but I'm free now, ready for this new sway. You're aiming high with each stride you take. Gotta go, go, go hard, make no mistake. Remember my words and keep them near. You'll always be stronger, my dear. Oh, my daughter, you're reaching for the skies. With every battle, the spirit will rise. Remember the moments we laughed and we cried. In my heart, you're my everlasting pride. As I fade into the distance, I'll always be near. Heroes get remembered, but legends never disappear. Oh, my daughter, you're reaching for the skies. Every battle, your spirit will rise. Remember the moments we laughed and we cried. In my heart, you're my everlasting We used to laugh, we used to play, caramel dreams at the end of the day. Milkshake shared, just you and me. Now I watch you shine so independently. You're proving them wrong, girl, don't you forget. You're the heart of my dreams, my love is your name. Oh, my daughter, you're reaching for the skies. With every battle, your spirit will rise. Remember the moments we laughed and we cried. In my heart, you're my everlasting pride. Time flew fast, took you far away, but I'm free now, ready for this new sway.
Stepped in the room, ice colder than a freezer. Eyes cut sharp, Mona Lisa to a teaser. Breath like smoke, the winter caught my tongue. Every word heavy, dropping anvils from my lungs. Black boots stomp, the echoes of parade. Hand steady grip like I'm holding a grenade. No love, no trust, only shadows in my space. Every smile hides a blade, every laugh a disgrace. Who you fooling? Not a soul in the room. Every step a warning, every breath a tomb. Standing in my way. Now I'm living for the prey. Now I'm frozen when they stay. Now ain't nobody safe. Now I'm standing in my way. Now I'm living for the prey. Now I'm frozen when they stay. Now ain't nobody safe. They whisper my name like it burns in their throats. I'm the storm in the desert, the wolf in the coat. Tension's a rope, tighter with every glance. I'm the dancer with the devil leading this macabre dance. Gold teeth glint under flickers of the neon. King without a crown, the throne I put my feet on. Every move's a chessboard, every look a checkmate. Grew up in the dark where the sun don't set late. Who you fooling? Not a soul in the room. Every step a warning, every breath a tomb. Now what? Now what? Standing in my way. Now what? Living for the prey. Now what? Frozen where they stay. Now what? Ain't nobody safe. Now what? Standing in my way. Now what? Living for the prey. Now what? Frozen where they stay. Now what? Ain't nobody safe.
Shadows loom inside, they built a prison wall. Truth hides in a lie, with whispers of the past. They locked us in their walls, but through the years, the heart that beats inside us calls. We hold the stories written on our skin so raw. The struggle of the voice who dares to break the law. Stop what you're doing, listen to the narrative. They clean voice hidden, that they both can live. And every voice is a part of something that's so swell. From the shadows we will yell. Now the ground is seeing the secrets and the stars are all so swell. We found that work through back and through low, through lust within our cause, we talk as deep as they know. And that's not how it goes, I know we realize, but freedom realize that's we have to survive. They gave us simple rules, we carry cape and chain, that no one ever stops till the first we had to pay. Stop what you're doing, listen to the narrative. They clean voice hidden, that they both can live. And every voice is a part of something that's so swell. From the shadows we will yell. Now the ground is seeing the secrets and the stars are all so swell. We came to share the truth, no longer living lies, to honor every lost voice and see through their disguise. Stop what you're doing.